LVX777. Today we are going to resume our book study on the mystical Qabalah, chapter 24, dealing with Yesod, the moon sphere. As all Sephiroth are very important to understand, this one is no less. So pay attention. Because as always, you're going to learn something very important. The moon. Peace and greetings to my friends and family here. Sirius Ch24, good evening. Violet Phoenix, good evening. Phoenix Wolfette, good to see you. Peace. DJ Kroll, peace and greetings. Alright, so we're about to dive into this. As soon as I get my technical difficulties out the way. MC Maestro, peace. Dub VT, peace, my brother. I think we're good to go. Let me know if the music is too loud. I'll be happy to turn it down. Mystical Koala, peace, away, peace and greetings. Stray Panther, peace. Alright, so you guys know how we do it. Go ahead and hit the like button if this is content that you want to see on your feed. I mean, obviously, if you tune into this every time I post it, then you like it. So, show your like by liking the video. Aldin, peace. Yesod. So if I were to go through this tarot deck, you tell me what cards would be associated with Yesod. There's at least one major arcana and at least 4 minor arcana. Do you know them off the top of your head? I'll wait for you guys to give me the answer while I get them out of my deck. MC Maestro says, I don't know the major arcana one, but I'm a guess priestess. Okay, you wouldn't be entirely wrong in that guess. But the answer is actually on the next page, so. Obviously, the moon card. Nine of Wands. Nine of Cups. Nine of Swords. Tragedy. And Nine of Pentacles. So if you got your tarot deck, go ahead and place those cards in front of you so that you can kind of see the subconscious correspondences between these selected cards. Moby, peace, peace. Life is good, and I hope that you can say the same. I hope that you can find many, many, many things to be grateful for. And I hope that your gratitude outweighs your complaints. Honestly, I hope you don't have any complaints. But if you have complaints, I hope that your gratitude outweighs those complaints. Alright, so we're about to get into this thing. And I hope that you're prepared for this 3 or maybe 4 hour study session. Travis Harris, peace, peace. LMAO RFLMAO, peace. Alright, so I guess we'll just go ahead and dive in. I'm glad you guys are here. And I'm very grateful that you all take this seriously. Because man, oh man, most of my life, I've been talking to my damn self. What question mark? Peace to you. So let's dive in. Chapter 24, Yesod. Title Yesod, the foundation. Hebrew spelling Yod Samech Vav Deleth. Magical image, a beautiful naked man, very strong. And if you guys recall from previous book readings, especially Ladder of Lights, you'll know what that very strong is hinting towards. And there's a reason for that. Situation on the tree, towards the base of the pillar of equilibrium. Yetziratic text. The ninth path is called the pure intelligence because it purifies the emanations. It proves and corrects the designing of their representations, and disposes the unity with which they are designed without diminution or division. MC Maestro says pitching a tent. Exactly. Exactly. Circus Carnival tent. God name, Shaddai El Chai, the Almighty Living God. The Archangel, Gabriel, strong man, or hero of God. Again, when they say strong man, keep in mind what is being referred to here. Now, it's not simply because of the fleshly assumption, but think about the function of this strength. What happens? What's it for? What's the context of this content? And why would that be the hero of God? Think about it. See, in today's culture, we take sexuality and it becomes this band-aid, this cure-all. For insecurity and unhealed issues of the ego. MC Maestro says creation on or of the lower. Exactly. The order of angels, cherubim, the strong. The mundane chakra, Levana, the moon. The spiritual experience, vision of the machinery of the universe. Vision of the machinery of the universe. The virtue is independence. The vice is idleness. The correspondence in the microcosm, the reproductive organs. Symbols, the perfumes and sandals. Okay, so the tarot cards that we just mentioned, the 4 nines, the 9 of wands, which represents great strength. There we go again with that word, strength. The 9 of cups, material happiness. And by the way, we're talking about Absoluth, the spiritual plane, 9 of cups, the mental plane, 9 of swords, the astral plane, 9 of pentacles, the physical plane. So the 9 of cups is material happiness, the 9 of swords, despair and cruelty. When you look at Dion Fortune's interpretation of the cards, based on the Golden Dawn's interpretation, because she didn't just make this up, this came from her training in the school of thought. The astral plane is a very, very tumultuous place. It's a place that is the temperament is balanced upon a wire thread. At any given point of stimulus, the consciousness on the astral plane is quick to fall over into pain or pleasure, even more so than the physical plane. And that alone makes the astral plane a very, very chaotic place. So the 9 of swords represents despair and cruelty. The 9 of pentacles, material gain. The color in Absoluth, indigo. The color in Bria, violet. The color in Yetzirah, very dark purple. That's the one that we deal with. Excuse me, the one that we deal with is Bria. The color on the Asaya is citrine flecked with azure. Ya Micah. Peace, brother. All right. Verse number 1. The study of the symbolism of Yesod reveals 2 apparently incongruous set of symbols. Upon the one hand, we have the conception of Yesod as the foundation of the universe, established in strength. This is indicated by the recurrence of the idea of strength as the magical image of a beautiful, naked man, very strong. The God name of Shaddai Almighty, the cherubim, the strong angels, and the 9 of wands, whose secret name is the Lord of great strength. But upon the other hand, we have the moon symbolism, which is very fluidic, in a continual state of flux and reflux, under the presidency of Gabriel, the archangel of the element of water. Number 2, How are we to reconcile these conflicting concepts? The answer is to be found in the words of the Yetziratic text, which says of the ninth path that it purifies the emanations. It proves and corrects the designing of their representations and disposes of the unity with which they are designed without diminution or division. This concept is further illuminated by the nature of the spiritual experience assigned to Yesod, which is described as the vision. Number 3. We get the concept then of the fluidic waters of chaos being finally gathered up and organized by means of the representations that were designed in Hod. So think about what we read about in Hod. Hod had everything to do with these influences and influxes of energy finally being directed in a singular direction. But there's been a lot of patience and reservation so as to not waste energy. So that patience and that reservation to not waste energy has been directed towards Yesod. So what she says here is, we get the concept of the fluidic waters of chaos being finally gathered up and organized by means of the representations that were designed in Hod. This final proving, correcting, and disposing of the unity of these representations or formative images, resulting in the organization of the machinery of the universe, the vision of which constitutes the spiritual experience of this Sephirah. In fact, Yesod might be aptly described as the sphere of the machinery of the universe. If we liken the kingdom of earth to a great ship, then Yesod would be the engine room. So let's think about Yesod and her relation to the etheric plane. This is why in my teaching of the past year or two has been focused so concretely on the etheric plane. Because dealing with Yesod, this is how you make sense of the rest of the tree. Yesod is how you make sense of the rest of the spheres or the layers of existence, because they all culminate at this point. Now that culmination further proves a manifestation in Malkuth. So in other words, all the things that we experience within our five senses was first aggregated and solidified in this sphere of Yesod. Now to bring it down to practical means, this is this realm of imagination, visualization, because let's just think about it and be clear. Everything that you've ever experienced in your life, everything that you've ever gone through, everything that you've ever been a part of has first taken place in either your imagination or someone else's. Either it's of your doing or someone else imagined it and you were a part of it. Now, on the victim side, you're constantly being beaten up and thrashed to and fro. But on the side of someone who is more proactive about their visualizations, like myself, everything in my environment is a product of what I have first imagined. Now, I hope that you can say that for yourself. Everything in your environment is a product of something that you first imagined, visualized, thought about. Framestar Films. Peace, my brother. Peace, my brother. Good to see you. How about now? Can you hear me now? Excellent. Okay, so yeah, all I was saying was, if you look at the situations in your life, most of the things that have happened were due to your own visualizations. And most of the things that have happened that you were not happy about or didn't feel like you visualized, they came from someone else's visualizations. All right, so let's continue. Number 4. Yesod is the sphere of that peculiar substance, partaking of the nature of both mind and matter, which is called the ether of the wise, the akasha, or the astral light, according to the terminology that is being used. It is not the same as the ether of the physicists, which is the fire element of the sphere of Malkuth. Check that out. The physicists, as much as they detail about the unseen forces, most of modern physical science does not leave the realm of Malkuth. So even when they speak of ether, they're still speaking about a certain level of Malkuth. And those of you who understand the tattvas understand that Prithvi has 5 layers. Prithvi of Prithvi, Apas of Prithvi, Agni or Tejas of Prithvi, Vayu of Prithvi, and Akash of Prithvi. So when she says that the physicists who speak of their ether, they're only talking about the Tejas or the Agni of Prithvi. They're not talking about Akash of Akash. Hopefully you guys have taken part in Ch24 and you've done the meditation, because I've talked about it a million times, and many others in this group have talked about Ch24. When you do that meditation, you should be going through all of the tattvas. And when you reach the akash of any of the elements, it's almost like a black hole. It's almost like a dissolving. It's like a transitory period. So when she talks of the akash, we're talking about the black hole of the black hole, the highest and most subtle of the elements. And what's so special about Yesod is that Yesod is so like Malkuth and so unlike Malkuth that it allows for us to have a very unique experience. You hear me? Yesod is so special because it's so like Malkuth, but it's so unlike Malkuth that it allows for us to have a very unique experience. So, to be able to experience any of the higher realms, it must be done through Yesod. It must be done through the etheric plane. Because once you get to the higher levels of the astral, you're not seeing anything. You're not hearing anything. You're having to employ the most subtle aspect of your subtle senses. And that's not something that anybody can just do. Just like anybody can't go to the gym and bench press 300 pounds. You literally have to work your way up to it so that you can handle that. Likewise, if you're someone who doesn't ever meditate, who doesn't ever recite mantras, who doesn't ever separate themselves from the mundane world, all this information will sound really cool, but it won't make any sense. Blair the Mystic Fox, peace. Blair the Mystic Fox asks, does this book talk about the backside of the tree? The backside. Did you break down how to avoid inversions? This book does address the clip-off for sure. Your question about did you break down how to avoid inversions? Maybe you can clarify what you mean by that, because I'm not going to assume that I know what you mean, because I don't. All right, let's continue. So it is not the same as the ether of the physicists, which is the fire element of the sphere of Magus. And look at that. She's even hinting at the fact that she studied the Tatwas. I'm telling y'all, these elementals and these Tatwas are crucial to understanding Qabalah, tarot, and astrology. Everything is built on the elements. Everything. So she says that it's not the same as the ether of the physicists, which is the fire element of the sphere of Magus, but it is to that ether what that ether is to dense matter. It is, in fact, the basis of the phenomena which the physicist attributes to his empirical ether. The ether of the wise might be, in fact, called the root of the ether of physics. So let's go back over that. But is to that ether what that ether is to dense matter. So what is ether to dense matter? The ether, or the Akash, to dense matter, like what I've talked about in my courses and many videos, consciousness and matter, the two polar extremes of existence, consciousness and matter. This is life force. One aspect of that life force exists within space and time. That's matter. It's dense, it's defined, it's limited. Now that same life force, not confined to space and time, is consciousness. So it's almost like having a song, but you have the song being remixed by your favorite artist and your not so favorite artist. It might be remixed by this artist, that artist, and this artist. One of them might sound great, a couple of them sound terrible. But if you analyze the difference between those songs, there's the original version. And despite what you like or dislike, that original version will always be the first. So likewise, consciousness exists without definition. Matter exists with definition. So there's my version, there's your version. Let's look at the tarot. If I open up this deck and I pull a random card, what do you say that what do you say that this card means? Right? When I talk to you and I ask you what does this card mean, if I were to pull this in a reading for you, what does that mean? Some people get scared. They walk away, they run. Oh, hell no, I'm not dealing with that. That wasn't for me. That might have been for somebody else, but that ain't for me, right? And then some of us will be like, okay, this represents change, transformation. This is actually a good thing. So the simple fact that we have so many different symbols that are just defined enough to point your consciousness in a specific direction. Yet depending on what you have in your subconscious database, that direction may be something that can help you or not help you so much. So what she's saying here is, but is to that ether what that ether is to dense matter. So we're talking about two extremes, the defined and the undefined, the manifest and the unmanifest. There's a certain impulse, a certain force, and there's a certain form. Now that form definitely depends on the observer. That force of the death card that I just pulled, the observer is going to interpret it in his own way. So think about that difference. Think about that difference. It is in fact the basis of the phenomena which the physicist attributes to his empirical ether. The ether of the wise might in fact be called the root of the ether of the physicists. There's two kinds of occultists. The first type takes what they see and interprets it, and that's the meaning they go with. The other type of occultists takes what they see and they try their best not to cloud it with their personal judgment, with their personal ego. This is what she's talking about here. And this is what yoga talks about as well. When we talk about the distinction between the manifest and the unmanifest, what we're really talking about is what is the original impulse versus what is your version of it. Your version of it has everything to do with ego. So when people say, oh, that's just my truth, what you're saying is that's my opinion. That's my interpretation of the original impulse. So what's the reality here? Is your truth the truth, or is it your opinion of the truth? The truth doesn't need your opinion. As a matter of fact, the truth exists without your opinion. Nuru, peace. Good to see you, brother. Blair the Mystic Fox says, shout out to Occult Cat TV for promoting your channel to me. I should check them out. I haven't heard of them, but that's very nice of them to do that. I appreciate that. Let them know I appreciate it. MC Maestro says, so Yasad being masculine to elemental matter. Absolutely. As we know, the sphere above is masculine to the sphere below. So let me know if that makes sense. Number 5. The material universe is an insoluble riddle to the materialist because he insists on trying to explain it in terms of his own plane. This is a thing that can never be done in any sphere of thought. Nothing can ever be explained in terms of itself, but only by being resumed in a greater whole. Nothing can ever be explained in terms of itself, but only by being resumed in a greater whole. Think about that, right? Because you can't define a word with the word in it. MC Maestro says, if we macro this info up, the etheric Yetziratic plane holds sway over the physical Asiatic plane and not the vice versa. Excellent point. Excellent point. MC Maestro says she's talking about framework. Yes, she is. And that's why I love me some Dion Fortune. Scott Russell says it is what it is. What does that mean to you? What does it is what it is mean? It is what it is. Nigga, it is what it is, nigga. Nigga, it is what it is. What does that mean? I've got to find his name. I posted that post about the guy who was skydiving. Not skydiving, but base jumping. And he wasn't strapped in. So like he figured out maybe 3 minutes into the sky that he wasn't strapped in, and he was holding on for dear life. And there was a camera on the both of them the whole time, so it's like they're soaring through the sky. I'm talking about miles into the sky, and this man is not strapped to the damn device, so he's got an eternal grip on this man. Holy shit. Can you imagine? That's what it's like being out of your element. A terrestrial creature being in the air element is not pretty. A terrestrial creature being in the water element is not pretty. A terrestrial creature being in the fire element is not pretty. So like when we think of these elementals, oh, they're cute and little gnomes and sylphs and undines, but let's get realistic with it. We're dealing with different worlds. Different worlds. So just like you would be holding on for dear life, just like that dude, you would also be struggling for breath underwater without an apparatus. Bring that same level of respect with these elemental beings. And please keep in mind, these elemental spirits, they are the foundation and the basis of all spirits you will ever work with. Qabalah, Goetia, and any other pantheon. Look at the elemental influence. But anyways, I'll have to look it up, but there was a guy who was base jumping, and I think his last words were like, whatever happens, happens. And he was base jumping, and like they were supposed to dive under this bridge, which is like the biggest bridge in Australia or in the world. And he actually smacked into the bridge, and he was going so fast that his body disintegrated when he hit that bridge. Leg was severed. That was the only piece they found, the leg. Ay, ay, ay. It's on YouTube somewhere. I went to looking up base jumping accidents, and I saw this lady was protesting how the national parks were forbidding people to base jump off of the canyons, and she went to go base jump in protest, and her parachute didn't work, so she literally jumped off the cliff without a parachute, with her husband recording the whole thing. The sounds that he made were just excruciating. But let's not get too morbid here. What's up, Veronica? Good evening to you. Peace. Trying to fix my camera here. I think that me and these technical difficulties have a very intimate relationship. Nothing new under the sun. Blair the Mystic's Fox says, I love your Speed Racer watermark. What are you talking about, Speed Racer watermark? Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay, so the four elements of the ancients find their explanation in a fifth. Like I always say, where there's a fourth, there's a hidden fifth. In any point when you're dealing with a system of fours, you're going to have to acknowledge a hidden fifth. I don't care if it's the Ninja Turtles, there's a hidden fifth. I don't care if it's the Fantastic Four, there's a hidden fifth. What she says here is the four elements of the ancients find their explanation in a fifth, the ether, as initiates have always maintained. For it is a doctrine of exoteric philosophy that any four visible states always have their root in a fifth, an invisible state. For instance, the four worlds of the Kabbalists have their root behind the veils of the unmanifest. It is only by positing this unmanifest fifth and assigning it to certain attributes deduced from the manifest four as being essential and the prime cause that we are able to arrive at any understanding of the nature of the four. So do we find in Yesod the unmanifest fifth, the four elements of Malkuth, the fire of the ancients, answering to the ether of the moderns, and earth, water, and air to the solid, liquid, and gaseous states of matter. Once again, what I've said and I've always said is that the way that we understand these higher planes is through Yesod, because Yesod represents the Akashic element to Malkuth. To us practitioners, on one hand, we understand that no Sephirah is more important than the other. But we also understand that Yesod is crucial in understanding the higher Sephiroth, because Yesod represents the fifth element to Malkuth, and it's within the fifth element, or that black hole that I mentioned earlier, that we're able to transfer our understanding of matter to the level of consciousness. And this probably sounds like whoop-de-whoop-de fluffy fluff to people who haven't actually done any of these meditations. But understand, Yesod is going to be where you want to place your focus on. MC Maestro says Mysterio as the hidden fifth in Far From Home. I didn't see that movie. Number 6, Yesod then must be conceived as the receptacle of the emanation of all other Sephiroth. See, we commonly think of Malkuth as the receptacle, but it's actually Yesod. And Malkuth is the reflection of Yesod. Yesod then must be conceived of as the receptacle of emanation of all the other Sephiroth, as is taught by the Kabbalists, and is the immediate and only transmitter of these emanations to Malkuth, the physical plane. As the Yetzeretic text says, it is the function of Yesod to purify the emanations, to prove and correct them. Consequently, it is in the sphere of Yesod that all operations are carried out, which are designed for the correcting of the sphere of dense matter, or in any way to dispose of its unity of design. Yesod then is the all-important sphere. Yesod then is the all-important sphere for any magic which is designed to take effect where? In the physical world. Don't just take my word for it. Test it out and see. Test it out and see. Number 7. Now, be it well noted that all the spheres operate according to their nature, and that nature cannot in any way be altered by any magical or miraculous influence, however powerful. We can only correct the designing of the representations. This is one of the understandings that separate amateur occultists from professional occultists. Amateur occultists think that they have this newfound ability to manipulate everything according to their will. But the fact of the matter is, it's not about manipulating reality. It's more about coming into alignment with reality. Because see, like I was talking to my cousin earlier before, human beings, we don't do anything. It doesn't start here. It doesn't start here. If you think it starts here, if you think that because global warming or the whales are being threatened, or Donald Trump, Joe Biden got elected president, if you're thinking that some human shit is the cause of what's happening, you're not an occultist. You're a regular NPC. The fact of the matter is, we're in a cosmic soup, and there's this spoon that is stirring everything into motion. Now the mystery is, the spoon doesn't exist, and neither does the soup. But for all intents and purposes, you're a part of the soup. And when we look up to the sky for astrology, and we see the planets turning, and we see that the planets turning has an effect on Earth and the behaviors of the inhabitants of Earth, we understand that there's a greater system at play. Nothing starts down here. As a matter of fact, this is the effect of an effect of an effect. What makes an occultist great is that we're able to identify ourselves with that invisible spoon. So instead of trying to control and manipulate reality, we align ourselves not only with what's already in play, but the player who's putting things into play. But even that's going to be in your chart. So I'll read that again. Now be it well noted that all spheres operate according to their nature, and that the nature cannot in any way be altered by any magical or miraculous influence, however powerful. We can only correct the designing of the representations. That's in verse number 7. The things represented remain constant. The conditions of the material world cannot therefore be arbitrarily disposed of, even by the highest spiritual force, as is believed by those who pray to God to intervene on their behalf, healing their diseases or giving rain upon the earth. Neither can they anymore be influenced by the most powerful wizard with his spells. Listen, the only approach to Malkuth is through Yesod, and the approach to Yesod is through Had, where the representations are designed. Let us once and for all disabuse our minds of the idea that spirit can work directly upon matter. It never does so. Never. Spirit works through mind, and mind works through the ether. And the ether, which is the framework of matter and the vehicle of the life forces, can be manipulated within the limits of its nature, which are by no means inconsiderable. All miraculous and supernatural happenings, therefore, are brought about by the manipulation of the natural qualities of the ether. And if we understood the nature of the ether, we should understand the rationale of their production. I can't make you get it, but knowing what I know, maybe about 3 of y'all got it. And them same 3 of y'all got the book open in front of y'all, and you probably already had that verse highlighted. I can't make you get it. The same way that you can lead a horse to water. What up, stuffed dog? Peace. I like the discussion of the clip-off here in the chat. case, let's continue. You see what I got highlighted here? Study that. If you don't have it highlighted in your book, get yourself a highlighter or a pen and highlight that. But think about what she said there. Me talking about how important Yesod is, it's not just because I want the moon to be something important. It's the closest to the physical plane that we have. So naturally, we have to use that to access the things beyond. Yesod is our personal Tifereth until we get to Tifereth. Somebody heard me. Yesod is our closest access to Tifereth, or to Kether for that matter. The understanding of Yesod reflects your understanding of Tifereth, which in turn reflects your understanding of Kether. By the way, last year in January, we did a book study on a bunch of short books from the Bihar School of Yoga, and that was pretty awesome. This year, I think we're going to go a little bit deeper if you guys want to do that. And here are some options. I'm thinking of maybe doing the Kabbalion, or maybe some books from Manly P. Hall, such as The Sacred Magic of the Qabalah. Nice and short. Maybe something like The Influences of Lucifer and Ahriman. Maybe. That might be too advanced for y'all. I don't know. Maybe something like The Seven Works of Shankaracharya. Because believe it or not, these holy books of the Qabalah, like the Sefer Yetzirah and what's that other one called? The Bahir and those others, they're based on the works of Shankaracharya. Klipoth is Indian also. It's not Jewish. It's not Hebrew. It's based on Indian mysticism. Seven Works of Shankaracharya. Or also we could do another Manly P. Hall, something like Magic, a treatise on natural occultism. Let me know what you guys think. But just keep in mind, whatever book we're going to do, let's make it a short one and not some long ass dense book. I like these here because they get down to the fundamentals, and we don't waste too much time with fluff. Sister Shooty. All right. I'm still deciding, but I'll come to a decision. Anyways, let's continue. So, I'm going to read that highlighted portion again. The only approach to Malkuth is through Yesod, and the approach to Yesod is through Had, where the representations are designed. Let us once and for all disabuse our minds of the idea that spirit can work directly upon matter. It never does so. Spirit does not work directly upon matter. Soul and spirit are so far removed from matter that matter appears disgusting to spirit. Spirit works through mind, and mind... Uh-oh. Camera stopped. Can you see? MC Maestro says, Oi Trav, what about Vivekananda's 3-book series, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Jnana Yoga? I mean, I'm down. I'm open for that. Yeah, definitely. I've got 2 of those books. I mean, if that's something that you guys want to do, I'm down for it, for sure. Nuru says, M-class solar flare happening right now. No wonder electronics and magnetics popping off the chart at present. Yeah, I think my phone that is filming the book has actually stopped working. I don't know what the hell that's all about. I mean, it's still on the screen, but it's actually not recording anymore, like I'm putting my hand in front of it. MC Maestro says, Krillin showed his forehead today. What does that mean? Hey, y'all gotta stop disrespecting Krillin, man. Stop disrespecting Krillin. Like, he was trained by Master Roshi the Greatest, and he was up there next to the Saiyans, like, holding it down, too. Not like Yamcha, Tien. He was holding it down. Krillin went to planet Namek and faced off against Frieza. Krillin was holding it down. Don't sleep on no Krillin. Don't sleep on Krillin. Krillin was the greatest human fighter to ever live. Big ass bald forehead. Oh boy. Alright, come on camera. I might have to refresh. I think my phone's actually overheating is why it has gone out. But I mean, are you guys even like reading along with the camera? Like, are you just listening to me or are you even reading along? There we go. There we go. Okay, we're good to go. Let's continue. Natural Mystic says Piccolo is a mage. Excuse me, Piccolo is a Moor, right? You spelled Moor wrong. Piccolo was a yogi. Piccolo was an Agori. You saw that turban and the potato shoes? Only Agoris wear potato shoes. MC Maestro says, damn Trav, no gal gonna let you get close to them nails. Hey man, I am reserving my energy so I can care less about some gal getting close to me. Alright, the only approach to Malkuth is through Yesod, and the approach to Yesod is through Hod, where the representations are designed. Let us once and for all disabuse our minds of the idea that spirit can work directly upon matter. It never does so. Spirit works through mind, and mind works through the ether, and the ether which is the framework of matter and the vehicle of the life forces, can be manipulated within the limits of its nature, which are by no means inconsiderable. All miraculous and supernatural happenings, therefore, are brought about by the manipulation of the natural qualities of the ether. And if we understood the nature of the ether, we should understand the rationale of their production. We should no more attribute them to the direct intervention of God or to the activities of the spirits of the departed than we attribute nowadays the phenomena of combustion to the activities of phlogiston, which a previous generation believed to be the active principle of fire, whose presence or absence determined whether a given substance would burn or not. There are men living today who learnt about phlogiston in their school days and have seen the change of thought come about. Equally, the day will come when men will look upon psychic phenomena and spiritual healing as we look upon phlogiston. So hopefully, well, I know that most of us don't know what phlogiston is, but do a quick Google search on this, and you'll see that this is a theory that has actually been debunked rather quickly. And just like in our modern day times, there's a lot of theories that sound good, but when they're placed upon the laboratory table of scrutiny, they've been debunked. But for those people who believed it emotionally and didn't understand that it wasn't actually true, they still live in the past. Likewise, what she's saying here is the day will come when we look upon psychic phenomena and spiritual healing as we look upon phlogiston. Superstition versus actual occultism. And that's what we're battling right now in social media. You'll see that most magical and spiritual accounts are based upon superstition and he said, she said. Natural Mystic says 100. It is hard to let go of unproven theories. Right. And please understand, because we talked about NLP in the months past, right? And if you recall, one of the things that was mentioned was that we're not logical creatures, we're emotional creatures. So things that appeal to our emotions, they hit stronger than things that appeal to our logic. We're quick to believe things that feel right. And even if we receive logic that it's actually not true, we don't let it go. So think about the things in your life that feel right, but logic tells you that it's not right. You got some, I got some. And I know you got some. Think about that though. We're not logical creatures, we're emotional creatures. Blair Mystic says, fair, but I can continue to expand in correspondence all night. I'm a goddamn war tank. Nice. War tanks can go through a lot, can't they? Number 8. At the present state, our knowledge, it is not possible. At the present state, or our knowledge, it is not possible to give a very full account of the nature of yasodic ether. We can, however, state certain things about it that have been learnt by experience. Much has been learnt by experiments with ectoplasm, which is very close akin to it in nature. In fact, one might describe it as organic ether, in contradistinction to the ether of physics, which is inorganic ether. We know that ectoplasm takes on forms, and holds them and relinquishes them with equal readiness, showing that it is not the form which confines the life, but the life that determines the form. We likewise know that ectoplasm can be emanated and absorbed, though we do not know the conditions that govern this phenomena. Ectoplasm is, in fact, a kind of ethereal protoplasm, and we might conceive of the ether as astral light, as bearing the same relationship to ectoplasm as ectoplasm bears to protoplasm. Do you guys remember when Ophiel used to speak of that sticky astral substance? I think that was his way of like not saying protoplasm, but saying protoplasm. Interesting. Framestar Film says sticky white cosmic love juice. Let's continue. Verse number 9. But although we no more know the ultimate nature of the astral ether than we understand the ultimate nature of electricity, nevertheless, we know by observation that it possesses certain properties. We do not merely deduce these properties. We know they exist by experience, because they enable us to manipulate this subtle substance in certain definite ways, within, as has already been explained, the limits of its own nature. Two of these properties are all important to the work of the practical occultist, forming, in fact, the basis of his whole system. Number 10. The first of these properties is the capacity of the astral ether to be molded into forms by the mind. The second is the capacity of the astral ether to hold the molecules of dense matter in its mesh-like lines of tension as a rack of pigeonholes. A rack of pigeonholes. Does anyone have a practical correspondence to that? Let me read that again. So we're talking about two properties of this astral ether. She says the first of these properties is the capacity of the astral ether to be molded into forms by the mind. The astral ether can be molded into form by the mind. The second is the capacity of the astral ether to hold the molecules of dense matter in its mesh-like lines of tension in a rack of pigeonholes. Interesting. It may be asked, how do we know that the ether possesses these qualities, so vital to our magical hypothesis? The answer that the existence of these properties is the only explanation of the properties of living matter and the conscious mind. We cannot explain either mind or matter in terms of themselves alone. We cannot explain mind without employing terms of sensation. And we cannot explain living matter without employing terms of consciousness. Let me read that again. We cannot explain either mind or matter, right? Mind or matter. We cannot explain either mind or matter in terms of themselves alone, right? How can you explain mind by itself? How can you explain matter by itself? We cannot explain mind without employing terms of sensation. And we cannot explain living matter without employing terms of consciousness. Basically, what she's saying is that we explain one by the means of the other. I spoke about a dichotomy earlier between matter and mind. We explain matter by terms of mind, and we explain mind by terms of matter. It's because they're one and the same from different perspectives. Matter is mind within time and space. Mind is matter beyond time and space. Sensation must always be an affair of both mind and matter, inexplicable in isolation. To explain neural sensation, we must posit a substance that is intermediate between mind and matter. To understand purpose of movement, we equally require the existence of such a substance, that is, which possesses the power to receive and hold the impress of thought and to influence the position in space of the atomic units of matter. These are the properties we assign to our hypothetic astral ether. Advancing the same arguments in justification of this proceeding as have been accepted on behalf of a similar proceeding in the case of the ether of physics. We plead precedent for our hypothesis, and if the arguments in favor of the ether of physics are acceptable, it is difficult to see why an ether should not be permitted to psychology. It is an old maxim that hypotheses should not be unnecessarily multiplied, but when an hypothesis should, as that of ether has proved so fruitful, we are surely amply justified in experimenting with a similar one in the sister science of psychology. One thing is quite certain: psychology never made any real progress while it limited itself to the materialistic viewpoint and regarded consciousness as an epiphenomenon, that is to say, as an irrelevant and purposeless byproduct of physiological activity. If anything in nature can be called irrelevant and purposeless, let us learn a lesson from coal tar. The irrelevant and purposeless byproduct of the production of gas, to be practically given away to anyone who wanted to tar a fence, subsequently found to be the source of most valuable chemicals, dyestuffs, and drugs. This reminds me of a vision that I had while meditating in Ch24 the other day. Stray Panther, I'm on page 240. So basically, this blew my mind for like a whole day. When I burst forth from that golden egg, I realized that there was nothing but me and my residue. So when you think about all the things that you encounter on your day-to-day life, there ain't nothing new under the sun. What do you think this deck of cards is made of? What do you think this pen is made of? What do you think this phone is made of? What do you think your computer is made of? What do you think your clothes are made of? What's your food made of? These are things that have been here forever, just repurposed. The water isn't new. The water that you drink in your body every day was somewhere else, drunk by somebody before, pissed out by somebody before, rained down from the clouds by somebody before, and it will be again. All the materials that you deal with used to be something else, but were broken down and reformatted and repurposed. Everything that you've ever dealt with used to be something else, nothing new. Even the pizza that you just ordered for lunch today was made out of stuff that used to be something else. Even if it's the cows eating the grass that transformed into the milk that produced the cheese, or the wheats that are grown in the field that used to be rocks and grains and nutrients and something else. Nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. Blair the Mystic Fox, I want you to understand this one quote. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? There's so many different things to discover in this world. But how many of them are useful and appropriate? If it's not useful, if it's not appropriate, you're just entertaining yourself. What is useful? What is appropriate? Number 11. From the point of view of magic, Yesod is the all-important Sephirah, just as Tifereth is the functional sphere of mysticism, with its transcendent context with the supernal. If the Tree of Life be considered as a whole, it would be seen clearly that it works in triads. The three supernals having their correlatives on a lower arc in Chesed, Gibra, and Tifereth. Anyone who has had experience of practical Kabbalism knows that for all practical purposes, Tifereth is Kether for us, while we tabernacle in this house of flesh, for no man may look upon the face of God and live. We can only see the Father reflected in the Son, and Tifereth shows us the Father. So that's back to what I said also. Yesod is going to be how we see Tifereth, how we see Kether. Okay. Oh, is my music running out? Where are we at with it? Oh, wow. Jeez Louise. I can't believe I ran that whole 10-hour track. Don't tempt me with a good time. Alright, new music. What was I listening to the other day? This one's good. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I want some more of it. All right, let's finish this up. So, number 12. Netzach, Hod, and Yesod form the lower triad, overshadowed by Tifereth, as the lower self is overshadowed by the higher self. Netzach, Hod, and Yesod form the lower triad, overshadowed by Tifereth, as the lower self is overshadowed by the higher self. One might, in fact, say that the four lower Sephiroth from the personality or the unit of incarnation of the tree. The higher triad of Chesed, Gibra, and Tifereth form the individuality, or the higher self, and the three supernals correspond to the divine spark. There we go. You want to know what the higher self is versus the lower self? The higher self is Gibra, Chesed, and Tifereth. The lower self is Hod, Netzach, and Yesod. Number 13. It will be observed that although each Sephirah is considered to emanate its successor, the triads are always represented, when once emanated and in equilibrium, as a pair of opposites manifesting in a functional third. In this, the lower triad, then, we find Netzach and Hod equilibrated in Yesod, which is conceived as receiving their emanations. But it also received the emanations of Tifereth, and through Tifereth of Kether, because there is always a line of force working down a pillar. Consequently, as it received also from Netzach and Hod the influences that they, in their turn, have received from their respective pillars, it may be aptly called, in the worlds of Kabbalists, the receptacle of the emanations. And it is from Yesod that Malkuth receives the influx of the divine forces. 14. Yesod also is of supreme importance to the practical occultist, because it is the first sphere in which he makes acquaintance when he commences to rise on the planes. That's the first sphere that you're going to come in contact with when you're doing astral work, etheric work, any spiritual work. And this sphere lifts consciousness above Malkuth. Having trodden the terrible 30-second path, do y'all remember the 30-second path? Maybe, maybe not. Has anybody gone through the 30-second path? Zarathustra 999. You're funny. All right, I'll be right back. Sweet Jesus. Blair the Mystic Fox, I'm not gonna get pissed about anything. My life is too good for me to get pissed about YouTube comments. Go ahead and say what's on your mind. I'm here to observe and do things with that observation. But don't let me stop you. Imagine that. You're caught in my evil castle and you can't escape. And then you hear my villain laugh and it's it's my villain laugh, right? What up, Lance Benefield? Alright, let's continue with what's important. As you can see, I have this part like not only highlighted but also like pinned. MC Maestro says, when I was 3, my dad would turn off the lights and shut the door to escape and make a laugh like that. Trauma coming up. Like that's the kind of laugh you can't fake. Like that's a real laugh some people have. I've heard that laugh before. To be honest, I think that villains are like natural and you don't get to choose your villain laugh. If you got a fucked up villain laugh, that's just the way it is. If you got a fucked up villain laugh, it's just a fucked up villain laugh. But at that point, it's too late, right? If you're at the point where you're hearing a villain laugh, I mean, you're not really at a place to judge, are you? I've got my villain laugh perfected, but you won't get to hear it unless you're a victim of my villainy. Stop. All right, mystical Qabalah. So, having trod the terrible 30-second path of the Tau, or cross of suffering, and of Saturn, he enters Yesod, the treasure house of images, the sphere of Maya, illusion. Yesod, considered by itself, is unquestionably the sphere of illusion, because the treasure house of images is none other than the reflecting ether of the earth sphere, and corresponds in the microcosm to the unconscious of the psychologists, filled with ancient and forgotten things, repressed since the childhood of the race. The key that unlock the doors of the treasure house of images and enables us to command its denizens are to be found within Hod, the sphere of magic. It is truly said in the mysteries that no degree becomes functional until one has taken the next. Anyone who tries to function as a magician in Yesod soon learns his error, for although he can perceive the images in the treasure house, he has no word of power with which to command them. Therefore, in initiation upon the Western path, at any rate, I cannot answer for the Eastern, not knowing it. The grades of the lesser mysteries go straight up the central pillar to Tifereth, and do not follow the line of the lightning flash. In Tifereth, the initiate takes the first grade of adulthood, and from there returns, if so he desires, to learn the technique of the magician relative to the personality of the tree. That is to say, the macrocosmic unit of incarnation. If he does not desire this, but wishes to become free from the wheel of birth and death, he proceeds upon the central pillar, which is also called by the Kabbalists the path of the arrow, and passes over the abyss into Kether. He who enters this light cometh not forth again. See, there's something very significant about Kether. Kether isn't just a blissful state. Kether's the last state. Because you gotta think, to experience a state, you have to have an apparatus to experience things, right? All the stuff that you experience in your day-to-day life, you've got a body that corresponds to those experiences. So for pleasant smells, pleasant sights, pleasant sensations, you've got a body that can take in pleasant sounds, pleasant sights, and pleasant sensations. But there's something even beyond that. And once you experience that which is beyond the senses, there's no reason to come back. Imagine if you ate Spam all your life, and then somebody introduced some high quality deliciousness. You don't want to go back to Spam, especially if you don't have to. What up, Al Dickey? Blair Grant. Kenneth Grant. Right? Alright, calm down. Every time we get somebody new, they go to like talking about all this stuff. We're here. You're cool. You're good. Relax. You don't have to show off. You don't have to let us know your accolades. We're all occultists here. We're all deep in it. We've heard of the clip-off. We've been through the clip-off. All that good stuff. Just chill. Just chill. Relax. You're good. You're good. The thing that we're dealing with on this channel here is not so much like what is spooky and outrageous and crazy, but what we're dealing with is why and how does it make sense, and how can we apply it to our everyday life. We can all read some clip-off stuff, but everybody's not able to apply it to everyday scenarios. That's what we're dealing with here right now. How do we apply this stuff to everyday life? So when you think about what Dion Fortune just mentioned here, the reflecting ether of the Earth's sphere and the correspondence in the microcosm to the unconscious of the psychologist, filled with ancient and forgotten things repressed since the childhood of the race. We got to think about what we call gods and what people like Bobby Hemmett have called the Titans. All right. What we call the gods are very close to our daily mundane lifestyle. There's got to be a god of electricity, a god of vegan meat, a god of internet. But when we talk of the Titans, we're talking about something that we've left alone because we've evolved past it. See, when you look at astrology, because like there's a lot of people talking about, oh, the fallen angels are moving again, and that which is forgotten is now stirring in the bowels of the earth. Well, that relates directly to astrology. Saturn and the planets beyond Saturn, which are Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, they represent the Titans. And if you know about astrology, you'll see that Saturn, Pluto, and hell, even Jupiter, which is Zeus, are moving into a new sign right now. So what I said before is that human beings, we're not doing shit down here. We're not doing, if anything, we're coming into an understanding of how reality actually works. But in truth, the flow is flowing, and we are a byproduct of the flow. So the Titans that are stirring in the bowels of the earth, that relates to Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, moving and churning and doing what they do. There's not physical beings in the earth's crust that are about to wake up and give us this fantastical, what do y'all call it? What's the word? What's the Japanese genre for giant monsters? Kaiju, there it is. Thank you, kaiju. That's what I'm saying. Kaiju, like all that shit, that's the stirring of the unconscious mind. That's Pluto. That's Uranus. That's Neptune. Like that's the Titans. When Bobby Hemmett talked about the Titans rising again, he's talking about the movement of these outer planets. That's why those planets are not mentioned within the Qabalah or ancient science. They knew about Uranus, Pluto, Neptune, and the other ones. They knew about it, but they weren't included because they were not in the realm of the gods. So when we talk about the Titans, we're talking about super subconscious influences. Let me say that again. When we speak of the Titans, we're talking about super subconscious influences. It don't gotta be super mystical and crazy and like, oh, it's coming, y'all. Y'all better be ready because monsters are gonna walk the earth. No, ain't no monsters gonna walk the earth. It's gonna be regular people doing regular shit. But they're gonna be doing it in strange ways. Doctor Strange for a piece of change. It's gonna be regular people doing strange shit. Kaiju. Let us continue with these satanic vibes. Number 15. Yesod is also the sphere of the moon. Therefore, to understand its significance, we must know something about the way in which the moon is regarded in occultism. It is being held by initiates that the moon, separated from the earth at a period within evolution, was on the cusp between the etheric phase of its development and the phase of dense matter. Those who are familiar with the terminology of astrology will know that the cusp is that phase between two signs wherein the influence of both is intermingled. The moon, then, has something of the material in its composition, hence the luminous globe we see in the sky. But the really important part of its composition is etheric, because it was during the phase of evolution when life was developing, the etheric form, that the moon had its heyday. And for this reason, the phase is called by some occultists the Luna phase of evolution. Those who want to know more of this subject will find it dealt with in the Rosicrucian Cosmoconception. That's a book. The Rosicrucian Cosmoconception by Max Heindel, and The Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky, if you have the spiritual gullet to dig through. Because I know most people these days don't have the heart to do that. Don't have the heart. So my camera times out every 30 minutes. Y'all gotta remind me to reset it. Okay, let's get back to it. So what? Welcome to everyone who has joined this chat. If you like this content, hit the like button, because I tell you what, this is advanced spiritualism and only accessible to those who are of the degree to understand it. Peace. Awana El Rey, peace. Oimik, peace. Thank you, Stray Panther. Oh my. Bless me. As the Friday the 13th. You gotta love these volatile vibes. Volatile vibes. Number 17. It will be seen from the above that Yesod, Luna, is ever in a state of flux and reflux, because the amount of sunlight received and reflected by waxes and wanes in a 28-day cycle. Malkuth, Earth, is also in a state of flux and reflux in a 24-hour cycle, and for the same reason. Likewise, Malkuth, Earth, has a 365-day cycle, of which the phases are marked by the equinoxes and the solstices. It is the interacting set of these tides which is all important to the practical occultist, because so much of his work depends upon them. The charts of these tides have always been kept secret, and some of them are exceedingly complex, as these concern the secret workings, the genuine and legitimate occult secrets, which are only given after initiation. They cannot be dealt with in these pages. Enough has been said, however, to indicate that certain tides in the lunar ether exist and are important, and are that students of the occult are probably wasting their time if they try to operate without the necessary charts. If you have been following me for more than 2 days, you might know that we've discovered those charts, and those charts have to do what the top was. What I plan to do is, you guys know that I've had like a membership going for like the book reads and everything. Starting in February, we're going to upgrade that membership, and we're going to be doing regular group rituals, and that has to do with the monthly astrological sign as well as the 4 turns of the moon. But in accordance with that, what she's talking about here as far as these secret charts, we know that what she's talking about is these Ch24 tides. How many of you guys are familiar with the Ch24 tides? How many are not? But yeah, I think we should do a group ritual in accordance with the astrological sign. And like I said, also, basically 1 for the sign and 4 for the phases of the moon. That's what we're going to be doing. Because, man, I realize that most people ain't reading these books. And I wanted so bad for, like, to have like a book club where people are reading books and we can talk about these books, but man, it's like only 4 of y'all reading these damn books. So maybe we should do it a little bit differently. Thought. Ooh. 8, 9, 2, 2, 3. Oh, terrible, girl. What up, King Prophet? I was waiting for you to show up. Well, that's what we got. If you're gonna be Number 18. These lunar tides play a very important part in the physiological processes of both plants and animals, and specifically in the germination of growth of plants and the reproduction of animals, as witness to the 28-day lunar sexual cycle of the human female. The male has a sexual cycle based on the solar year, but in the artificially lit and heated houses of civilization, this cycle is not so marked, though the poet drew our attention to the fact that in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to the thoughts of love, and a reference has been found so apt that it is almost too hackneyed for quotation. 19. It is the light of the moon which is the stimulative factor in these etheric activities, as the earth and the moon share one etheric double. All etheric activities are at their most active when the moon is at its full. Earth and the moon share one etheric double. All etheric activities are at their most active when the moon is at its full. "19. It is the light of the moon which is the stimulative factor in these etheric activities, and as earth and moon share one etheric double, all etheric activities are at their most active when the moon is at its full." Whoa. Etheric activity is at its full when the moon is at its full. Likewise, during the dark of the moon, etheric activity is at its lowest, and unorganized forces have a tendency to rise up and give trouble. The dragon of the Qliphoth raises his multiple heads. In consequence, practical occult work is best let alone during the dark by all but experienced workers. The life-giving forces are relatively weak, and the unbalanced forces relatively strong, and the result in inexperienced hands is chaos. Woo! You gotta know where you are. You got to know where you are. If you're unexperienced, just say that. Just know that you're unexperienced. Like, you don't try to be something that you're not. Don't try to be something that you're not. Don't try to be something that you're not. If you're inexperienced, don't play with stuff that you know that you're not supposed to be playing with. Everybody loves the Qliphoth, but you don't love what the Qliphoth does to you. I'm telling you. If you're one of those people who thinks the Qliphoth is cool, you don't know what you're talking about. I've seen it too many times. Big difference between armchair occultists and occultists who actually do these rituals. Big difference. Because armchair occultists understand the philosophy, but they don't understand the practicality. You're not going to hear me celebrate the clip off. I'm not going to sit up here and tell people, yeah, man, the clip off, because I understand what it is. It's good, it's cool, it's great, it's exciting, yeah. But it's not the kind of exciting that you broadcast to other people. You ever had something that felt really good, but it's like you're not gonna tell your brother, mother, sister, grandma, friends about it? Yeah, that's the clip off. There's things that you can experience in the clip off that are awesome, but it's the kind of awesome that you don't really share with your close people. Alright, are you guys enjoying this book read? Are you just like listening because of whatever? Let me know. Is this something that you care about? Or is this something that is a waste of time? Let me know. We got a certain number of people in the chat right now, and it looks like the likes are just about equal to who is present. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like button, because honestly, and I'm coming from a place of sincerity, you're not gonna find this level of sincerity and truth from any other occult YouTuber. Everybody else wants your money. I'm literally giving you this shit for free. So like this video if you appreciate true occult knowledge instead of being hustled. Because, I mean, let's keep it real. Some of y'all like being hustled and pimped out. Some of y'all like that. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I like that for you. I like that for you. But if you enjoy real shit without the cost, like the video. It doesn't really put dollars in my pockets, but understand like how the YouTube algorithm works. A video that gets more likes gets more promoted. So the more that you like the video, the more that people like you will gain access to this video. I get money, right? I get money, but I also love to share my occult knowledge. So don't think that I'm doing this for the money. I'm going to get money regardless of any video I post. I'm going to get money regardless of any likes or shares or subscribes, any of that. I literally do this because I want to do this. You can't say that about every other occult YouTuber. They do this shit because they have to, because they get paid off of it. I do this shit because I want to. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. I'm seeing the likes go up. The likes are higher than the view count. See, some of y'all was sitting around watching this video, soaking up this free information and not putting them likes in. See, I see y'all. Come on now. If it was you posting some information that you have worked your whole life for, I would put my like in. I like every video on YouTube that I actually like. And let me just be clear. I'm not saying all this because I need your worship and I need some accolades. Like, no, I'm just saying, like, Let's keep it real. It's people doing this for money, and y'all know it. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. Somebody asked me, like, Trav, why are you giving all this information out for free? You could be charging for this. And I'm like, dude, like, the occult is not supposed to be something that's sold. Like, yeah, sell product, but understand, like, ultimately this is supposed to be something available for people who are ready for it. Where the student is ready, the teacher appears. Or maybe I'm by myself. Maybe I'm a weirdo thinking this way. I'm probably a weirdo thinking this way. Y'all probably expect. I don't know, man. I don't know. I had to go to counseling, man. I had to talk to my uncle who's a pastor, and I'm like, yo, there's literally people out here who are selling occult information for hundreds of dollars. And it's like, I'm giving it away for free. Like, am I stupid? Should I be selling? And he's like, yo, understand. My uncle said this to me. This is a Christian pastor. Like, understand, I had to go to my Christian pastor. And this was on Christmas. This was a couple of weeks ago. I went to my uncle, and I'm like, yo, like, other people are like being slimy and shysty, and they're selling. I'm like, yo, like, I want to make some of that money too, but at the same time, I don't want to compromise my integrity. You know, like, I don't want to compromise our integrity. And he said, switch your focus. If you're thinking right now that these people are not smart enough, you need to switch your focus to understand that they don't know that they are smart enough. They don't know that they realize. They don't know that they already know this stuff. And that blew my mind. When I call people NPCs or smooth brains, I have to also understand they know, they just don't understand they know. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments. What do you think? Do you think that people are like just NPCs and like stupid and they can't ever wake up? Or do you think that people actually know, but they don't know what they know? Let me know. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, camera. I forgot to fucking tune you. Y'all didn't remind me 30 minutes. Look, every 30 minutes, you gotta let me know. All right. Enough of that nonsense. Let's get back to the mystical Qabalah. Lord have mercy. I know I'm probably alone in this, but does anyone here play Fortnite? Let me tell you, when they introduced that hammer, holy shit, that changed the game for me, literally. Because I can use that hammer to get to you or get far away from you. Y'all, Micah says, I sucked at it. It just takes practice, man. It just takes practice. I love that game because it's an ecosystem in itself. Like, it's not just a stagnant game. Like, the weapons change on a regular basis. So it's like you literally have to adapt to the changes in order to survive. Matthew Watson says, facts. That's a huge help in the storm. Look, let me tell you, my loadout has changed drastically. I only carry 2 weapons now. I carry a SMG and a shotgun. That's it. So I carry an SMG and a shotgun, and I carry that hammer. And then either 2 heals or a heals and a bunker. Because I'm going to run up on you and finish you immediately. Or, if your bullets are hitting me too hard, I'm going to leave very quickly. So peep game. 2 weapons, hammer, those bunkers, and some heals. And when I say heals, I'm talking about splash. Not no damn med kit. Because a med kit takes 20 seconds. Minis, they're good, but they can't go past 50. 50 pots, they take too long. Splashes will get you right. Now, an honorable mention will be the slap juice. The slap juice, they heal you for 15. And you can carry like 6 to 9 of them. Those are okay. But ultimately, that hammer is the deciding factor on my strategy. Either I'm going to run up on you very close and finish you, and then do the Megan Thee Stallion dance over your corpse, or I'm going to leave. Sometimes I carry 2 hammers. Okay, I see a good question. Blair Witch asks, I've noticed that In one book, it says that Lucifer is associated with the planet Venus, but in another book, it implies that Lucifer is associated with the planet Mercury, which would make sense. Okay, so here's the thing. When you're dealing with the Qabalah, we're dealing with abstract forces, so they will definitely overlap. Understand that Mercury and also Venus are very close to each other. So not only do Mercury and Venus represent Lucifer, let's look at the astral triangle of Qabalah. Not only is it Mercury and Venus, but also Tifereth. Those three spheres all correlate with Lucifer. So it's not one over the other. They all do. Lucifer can be found in all three. But it depends on what your intent is. Alright, Blairwood says, makes sense. Thanks. Happy to help. Happy to help. Okay, let's continue so we can get this going. Okay, where are we at? Who knows what verse were we on, y'all? I believe it was 19. Maestro says, hold up. A gem just forms. Yes, y'all, and you don't stop to the beat, y'all. You don't stop. Alright. Enough of the nonsense. Let's get back to it. God damn, I love being me. Is that too much? I love being me. I hope you can say that about yourself. I love being me. I hope you love being you. Lordy, lordy. I love being me, and I hope you love being you. Okay, so just to let y'all know, I'm going to be releasing a training on tarot. And if you've ever had problems with tarot, problems with understanding the correspondences, this should help you understand everything. But more on that in a couple of days. Aww. Cal Luminous says, really like the way you dress and the way you carry yourself. Always channeling the frequency. Gotta stay true to it. Like I'm used to it. I gotta do it like I'm used to it. Continue. Lord help us. We're almost at the end of existence, and only 5 of them know. Fuck. Not my choice, but I'm here to do my job. Number 19. It is the light of the moon, which is the stimulative force in the etheric activities. And as Earth and Moon share one etheric double, all etheric activities are at their most active when the moon is full. Likewise, during the dark moon, etheric energy is at its lowest, and unorganized forces have a tendency to rise up and give trouble. The dragon of the clip-off rises its multiple heads and correspondence and consequence. Practical occult work is best let alone during the dark by all but experienced workers. The life-giving forces are relatively weak, and the unbalanced forces are relatively strong, and the result in experienced hands is chaos. Number 20. All psychics and sensitives are conscious of the set of these cosmic tides, and even those who are not avowedly sensitive are affected by them, far more than is generally realized, especially in illness, when the physical energies are low. 21. Not a great deal can be said concerning Yesod, because in her are hidden keys of the magical workings. We must therefore content ourselves with elucidating the symbolism in a somewhat cryptic form, though he that hath ears to hear, is at liberty to use them. 22. We have already noted the curious two-sided nature of Netzach and Hod, the magical image of Hod being hermaphrodite and Venus Aphrodite, sometimes being repressed among the ancients as bearded. In Yesod, again, we are met with dual symbolism, and yet again, we shall see presently in Malkuth. This indicates clearly that in this Sephiroth belonging to the lower levels of the tree, we must very definitely recognize a form and force side in each one. This comes out very clearly in both Yesod and Malkuth, to which both gods and goddesses have to be assigned. Oh, Malkuth. 3 pages away. Nah, buddy, you're gonna get it. Just like me. I have to get it, you have to get it. Listen, karmic ties are deep. Which one of y'all kicked me? What's the point? Like, what do y'all think is the point? Why read the mystical Qabalah? Why talk about metaphysical, occult concepts? Why do any of it? What's the point? Beyond the sexual influence, big booties, big titties, imagine getting to a point where none of that shit matters. Why continue? Let's finish up. Let's finish up. Where are we at? What verse are we at? Somebody let me know. Let me know, what verse are we at? "22. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. WT, I appreciate you. You came through for me in this critical phase. I will not forget it. Listen, when I come out with this tarot course, WT, let me know how you help me right now, and I will remember you. King Prophet says, is it wrong that I look at the cliff off as Metatron's cube? You're getting too advanced for my audience. You're not wrong, but understand that all the 22 trumps are what create Metatron's cube. North, south, east, west. It's the 22 trumps that create the cube itself. WT, you earn yourself a special spot. Remind me. Okay. We have already noted the curious two-sided nature of Netzach and Hod. The material image of Hod being a hermaphrodite and Venus Aphrodite sometimes represented among the ancients as bearded. In Yesod, again, we meet with this dual symbolism, and yet again, as we shall see presently in Malkuth, this indicates clearly that in these Sephiroth belonging to the lower levels of the tree, we must very definitely recognize a form and force side in each one. This comes out very clearly in both Yesod and in Malkuth, to which both gods and goddesses have to be assigned. Two more pages. Lord, have mercy. Ooh. Who's fucking doing what? Who's doing that? Did you hear? Alright, so 27. The answer is not very far to seek. It is to be found in the rhythmical nature of the moon, and in fact, the rhythmical nature of the sex life in the female. There are times when Diana is many-breasted. There are times when her hounds tear the intruder to pieces. I know a woman like that, and I know many women like that. At times they are the ideal sexual goddess, and other times they are the most destructive force that nature has ever known. This is something that men have to come into awareness of. Just because a beautiful woman is beautiful doesn't mean that she's this innocent piece of flesh. Very many of these women come with a force that is horrible to behold. In dealing with the rhythms of Luna, we are dealing with the etheric, not the physical conditions. The magnetism of living creatures waxes and wanes with a definite tide. It is a thing that is not difficult to observe, but when one knows what to look for,
It is a thing that is not difficult to observe when one knows what to look for. It shows itself most clearly in relations between persons in whom magnetism is fairly evenly balanced. Sometimes one will be the ascendant, and sometimes the other. Number 29. Now, it may be asked, in the sphere of Yesod is etheric. Why are the generative organs assigned to this sphere? For surely their function is physical. The answer to that question is to be found in the knowledge of the subtler aspects of the sex which appears to be entirely lost to the Western world. It cannot be entered upon in detail in these pages. And it must suffice to point out that all the more important aspects of sex are etheric and magnetic. We might liken it to an iceberg, 5/6 of whose bulk is below the surface. The actual reactions of sex form a very small proportion, and by no means the vital portion is functioning. It is owing to our ignorance of this that so many marriages fail to fulfill the purpose of the welding of two halves into a perfect whole. Man, look at this. The same reason that I choose to be single. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm alone in this. Lord have mercy. Matthew Watson, did we ever do a meeting, Shadow Work 101? Let me know if we have not, because I don't think we did. Usually people who I've done a meeting with, we've done about 3 meetings, and I don't recall doing one with you. Personally, I see NLP as a type of surgery. And you compare what you have with cold-bladed slices of what you actually are. So you can imagine that me dealing with that on a daily basis can cause my mindset to be very different from most people. Because when I see things, I cut straight to the trauma. Like behaviors and activities that turn most people on, all I see is trauma. Alright, so we got one page and one extra to go. Let's continue. Lordy, lordy. The moon has 3 goddesses assigned to her: Diana, Selene of Luma, and Hecate. The latter being the goddess of witchcraft and enchantments, and also presiding over childbirth. There is also a very important moon god, none other than Thoth himself, Lord of Magic. So then, when we find Hecate in Greece and Thoth in Egypt, both assigned to the moon, we cannot fail to recognize the importance of the magical moon in matters magical. What then is the key to the magical moon, who is sometimes a virgin goddess and sometimes a fertility goddess? 27. The answer is not very far to seek. It is to be found in the rhythmical nature of the moon, and in fact, in the rhythmical nature of the sex life in the female. These are the times when Diana is many-breasted. There are times when her bounds tear the intruder to pieces. In dealing with the rhythms of Luna, we are dealing with the etheric, not physical conditions. The magnetism of living creatures waxes and wanes with the definitude of tide. It is a thing that is not difficult to observe when one knows what to look for. It shows itself clearly in relations between persons in whom magnetism is fairly evenly balanced. Sometimes one will be in the ascendant and sometimes the other. 29. Now it may be asked, in the sphere of Yesod, which is etheric, why are the generative organs assigned to this sphere? For surely their function is physical, formulating anything that is. One baby to another said, I'm lucky to match you. Let's see. So ultimately you can think what you want to think. But at the end of the day, the gems. Let me tell you something. If I gotta meditate on a paragraph, best believe I'm taking it to a higher level. I literally asked people, what do y'all want a class on? And ain't but 3 people gave me a decent response. So look, say what you want to say. But I literally do this all day, every day. No breaks. There's not a moment in time where I'm not working with spiritual shit. Alright, let's finish up. Oh, Trav sleeping. Trav sleeping. You damn right. I took a nap. You damn right. No excuses. Yeah, I did. Cause I'm tired of y'all bullshit. And I'm tired of my own bullshit. It's the bullshit that makes me tired. Yep. I'm gonna keep it real with all y'all. I did fall asleep. And you probably heard me snoring. But sometimes it's like, man, at some point life has gotta end. This shit ain't cutting it, man. This shit ain't cutting it. Yeah, this shit ain't cutting it. Alright, let's finish this up. Let's finish this up so I can get a real sleep. What verse were we on? Somebody help me out. Cause like I legit fell asleep. What verse were we on? Because look, I mean, this is just the camera on. I'm reading even when the camera is off. Tell me somebody else who's doing that. And then tell me somebody else who is saying something spicy so that you can spend your money for them. Verse 29. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Here we go. Verse 29. Now, it may be asked, if the sphere of Yesod is etheric, why are the generative organs assigned to this sphere? For surely their function, physical, if anything, is. One thing I love about the masculine aspect of existence is that it persists. It persists no matter how much we put you through. You persist. So, for surely there are function